It's been a while since I've done a live stream on YouTube. It's been a while since I've done a live stream, period. But we are here to talk about Loki. The final episode came out today. I have watched the final episode. I've watched the full series. I thought about like staying up, doing the thing where I like stay up till midnight to watch it, but I had work at 8 a.m. this morning, so that was not gonna happen. So yeah, I started watching it on my way to work, and then I finished it on my lunch break. So yeah, I talked to my boss about the final episode. He hadn't seen it, and so I wasn't going to spoil to him, but he had like told me his theory about what was going to happen in the final episode, and he turned out to be right. So I didn't like want to tell him, but I was like, he got it right. So yeah, let me know what you guys thought about Loki. Have you seen all of it yet? Have you seen none of? Hi, Rice Lum. Rice Lum is my sister. Yeah, yeah. Well, I know you've seen none of it, so no, it's telling me my internet is low or I have a slower internet connection. Oh, Ricelum. I know Ricelum does live streams on Instagram under SojuB. So I know for you, internet is like a consistent problem. So it might be a problem for me too today. Ricelum says, I don't know what Loki is, Lamau. Loki is he was the villain in the first Avengers movie. He's the guy with the horns and the green outfit. So yeah, hopefully I'm not like completely cutting out. Hopefully at worst it's like just lag. Ricelum says, I don't get no music on live. I feel like I'm even more dead inside. Yeah. That's the main problem for you is that you don't get to play your music on the live stream. Because I know you like your music. I really can't do music because I'm on YouTube. So like copyright is an issue. I'm having dinner tonight, but I want some chocolate. So I've been hiding this chocolate in my desk for a while now. I'm just gonna have it. Maybe I'll have like a bar or two. So Rice Lum, why are you feeling dead inside? He says, I feel like I'm even more dead inside. More compared to what? That is the question. Rice Lum says, OMG girl, just go get it and run to your room. No, I don't want dinner yet. I like want to actually eat dinner at an appropriate time because it's still kind of early. My sister says, when I don't have music on my live, it's like I have no soul and I can't bring the chaos to my life. Yeah, like I agree. Like adding music does bring like a certain kind of rhythm to live streams. Like even if it's not like super noticeable, it like sets the mood, you know? I think it's like that's why you don't like having lo-fi on your lives. Because lo-fi like sets a chill vibe. Like honestly, probably I would play lo-fi on my lives. But you want chaos, so you do the more exciting music. Actually, I wonder if I could do like a YouTube, like find like those lo-fi playlists for Twitch streamers and play it for you guys. Do I want to risk that though? Getting copyright struck? Because like these are like the only lives I do now on YouTube. No, I don't think I'm gonna do it. Sorry if you wanted music. If you know any good royalty-free music, let me know. I feel like for how many people have to use royalty-free music because of YouTube's rules, like royalty-free music can kind of suck sometimes. That's why everybody uses like the same 3 songs. Ugh. Ricelum says, "LOL, I'm hearing everything real time and on live time. Now you know how I feel when I'm listening to your live." I mean, you knew because like I started live streaming before you did, actually. Even though I don't stream as frequently as you do now. So for those of you who don't know, Ricelum, who's my sister, her room is right across from mine. So yeah, she could probably hear everything. I think I want to try to stream until like 8 or 9 p.m. tonight. I'm going to be really ambitious because this is the last live stream for a while. Because I have no idea what my internet's going to be like once I get to New York. See, and I don't have work till noon tomorrow. So I can like sleep in because I've worked a full shift and then I'm doing the live stream. So I'm going to be pooped afterwards. Ricelum says, I'm going to leave at 7-ish to go watch my friends live. Okay. Thank you for sticking around, Ricelum. I know, like, especially because I feel like a lot of my core audience kind of dropped off once they went back to school. And now I don't know if they're going to come back because I've probably dropped out of their recommended feed by this point. I'm not really sure if anybody's going to show up to the stream. That's really pessimistic of me to say, but it's also kind of my fault too. Because like, I don't know, I haven't really been covering a lot of like hot button stuff. Like there was kind of a lull in TV shows between Fate the Winx Saga and then right now I feel like we're getting a lot of stuff that's coming out that's kind of in my wheelhouse. Like the iCarly reboot, the Gossip Girl reboot. Yeah, and then the Marvel shows actually don't do that well for me. I'm kind of wondering if this is like the last Marvel show I should review, because then also my retrospective didn't do all that great either. Randomly, my live reading of my Marvel fan fiction has been like slowly accruing views over time. So maybe I should like not review Marvel shows anymore, but do live fan fiction readings instead, because that seems to be what people like more than the actual like TV show or movie reviews. It's very interesting. Where'd my pen go? Oh my god, my brain literally does not work after I get off of work. I forgot to tell my work that I needed to take the Friday I get back from vacation off, because mom wants me to do the dental consultation for getting out my last 2 wisdom teeth, even though I'm not going to do it because I move in like a month. But she still wants me to do a consultation, but I forgot to tell my work that I need that day off because apparently he only does consultations in the afternoon. But like our store only doesn't even open till 11, so there would be like no point in scheduling me that day if I have to like leave at 4 or even before 4, because I would have to be there at 4. And so yeah, of course I don't tell them I need that day off, and they schedule me that day. So now I need to like call them tomorrow and cancel the consultation. And like mom says, oh, you reschedule it. I don't even know if I want to reschedule it, because it's like I said, why get a consultation for something I am definitely not going to have time to get? I don't know. I don't understand her logic on this. Yeah, I've lost my pen. It's gone. It is gone. Gonzo's. Oh, never mind. Found it. It was in my little container of markers that I have over here. Okay. Oh, I get my own notifications that I'm going live now. That's funny. Oh, also, I bought the new Powerpuff Girl ColourPop collab. Um, I did the same thing I pretty much do with all the ColourPop collections. I didn't buy everything. I just kind of bought the stuff I wanted. Reslam says, "Ah, shit! I ran out of paper, so now I have to improvise." What do you mean? Like for drawing? Reslam says, "I can't afford to buy the one I ran out of because I'm already not making much money from my commissions." That's a tough one. Because, like, you don't want to buy the cheap stuff either, because that's just going to really look bad. Reslam says, "Yeah, I fucked up yesterday, and now I have no more paper of the right size." No. Oh, no. And wait, is this for your commission? No. Oh, no. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. I gotta use the bigger size now. Do you think they'd mind? I mean, they're getting a bigger size for free, basically. Oh my god, I know you don't care, Ricelum, because you don't watch Marvel or Loki or anything that is an anime, but or maybe you still watch K dramas. I don't really know if you're still into that. But there's the Reddit thread from Loki. Hey. Sorry, I had I had YouTube up before I started, so something started playing. Um, yeah, this YouTube channel, I haven't watched them recently, but I used to watch them all the time, called Bright Sun Films. They do like documentary about like abandoned locations. It's kind of like one of those things. And they actually like came out with like a full movie about a Six Flags that had to be abandoned after Hurricane Katrina, and they've basically never rebuilt it or like tried to fix it up. Yeah, I kind of, if I wasn't like, because I bought the Powerpuff Girl collection today, and I just bought the Sydney Grace collection a few weeks ago. I kind of don't want to spend money on a movie right now, because also I know I'm going on vacation. I'm going to be spending money there, and I'm definitely probably going to spend money to see Black Widow with my best friend. So yeah, I don't know if I want to spend money on a movie right now. Ryslon says, I don't know why people want me to do marker work when I'm better at watercolor. I don't know, maybe it's just a style preference. I'd be scared to go into abandoned locations. Me too. And then she says, bro, we never saw you in the Heights. No, we didn't. Just because we're bad at planning, I guess. We should still see it. I don't know when, because I'm basically working and up until I have to leave. But we'll see it eventually, right? Anyways, back on track. The Loki, there's a Loki thread on r/Marvel, I think. Oh, r/Marvel Studios. And so, if I share my screen, I think this should be working properly now. Hopefully, maybe, please. Yes. Insights will be open for the next 24 hours when Project Insight is active. Have to be manually approved. They probably get some spicy stuff. Let's take a look at what other people have to say about Loki. Quiet Oracle says, I love how you slowly see Loki realize the horror of their plan to kill He Who Remains and changed his mind. Loki is smart enough to realize that if the good version of this guy was capable enough to end a multiverse war by wiping out all the other timelines to protect his own, then how horrifying must a bad version of this guy be? The fear at the end was palpable. Yeah. So, like, in terms of the ending, I was like, because you know how like the end of my Demon Slayer review, I was like, you know, I felt kind of unsatisfied by the end of season 1, but I was like okay with it. I was okay with the fact they really didn't answer a lot of the questions that were posed at the beginning of season 1. I kind of don't feel that way about Loki. I like, I'm honestly frustrated it's not longer. It's a good complaint to have, but also at the same time, like, why couldn't it be longer? Like, I mean, they've sort of like entered a new stage in Loki and Sylvie's relationship because they kissed, ooh, but in terms of like the timeline and the actual kind of plot of the story, a lot of things went unanswered. Is He Who Remains a new character, or is it Kang the Conqueror? Because there's an allusion to Kang the Conqueror in kind of his monologue at the last episode. And that's what my boss was guessing. My boss thought it was Kang the Conqueror. And I think on some level he ended up being right. Ricelum says, I read the manga for Demon Slayer and I still have questions. Ugh. But the manga isn't complete, right? So technically there should still be questions. I'm just going to turn into a Reddit React channel. Rystom says, nah, I've been done. Really? Huh. I binged the manga in a single night. Ooh, that sounds rough. Oh, I think this is a excerpt from like a interview or something. He's found the mastermind, and countless versions of this dangerous person is coming. They're set on war and they need to prepare. However, as Mobius and Hunter B-15 question who he is and if he's a new analyst for the TVA, mortified, Loki looks to the Timekeeper's statue area and finds the statues are no longer there. In its place is a single statue of the face of the man he just met at the end of time in a futuristic suit. The variant He Who Remains warned them about. Kang. So it is Kang the Conqueror. Okay, that's what I thought. But like they never say it directly, which is why I was a little confused. And then the comment says, per Marvel, the statue at the end is indeed Kang the Conqueror. Okay. I love how they have to clarify it in an interview. They can't just say his name. For fuck's sake, Loki. Doctor Strange 2022. Loki technically introduced Thanos, our first big bad, and now again. Very true. Stifling order or cataclysmic chaos. I wonder which one Loki would possibly choose. Doctor Strange was having a good, relaxing, stress-free day somewhere in New York, and now it's ruined. Feel like both the characters of Loki and Doctor Strange have kind of that same dry humor. It'd be fun to see them like do something together. See you soon was the absolute best line they could have given him as he died. Gave off the perfect ominous feeling of now having Kang is free and is coming. Very true. In terms of like dialogue construction, I liked everything. Pretty much everything. I was gonna say maybe the sort of like final fight between Loki and Sylvie. I was trying to think if I felt like it dragged at all. I think I need to watch it again before I really decide my feelings on that. But yeah, like it was paced very well. I think also because the Loki episodes have been a little bit shorter than some of the other TV episodes. Like I was expecting this last episode to basically be a full movie, but it was pretty short. And what are you so afraid of? Me. Dude, I'm already so sold on Kang as the big bag for the next saga. The storytelling possibilities are endless. What a time to be a Marvel fan. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think at least what we've seen of Kang so far, I kind of like that, because I think one of the downfall of a lot of the cosmic villains is they take themselves too seriously. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm that kind of fan where it's like, even though like the cosmic stuff is talking about like universe altering, world ending things, so like there should still be some brevity, or there should still be some lightheartedness to these movies and TV shows, even if the subject matter is actually very serious. Because if it's serious all the time, the way it is in the comics, my brain just goes numb. So the Kang Sylvie killed was actually a good version of Kang. I'm excited to see Majors play the Warlord version. And then somebody replies, not so much a good Kang, but a Kang that has already won. He won the multiversal war, created the TVA to make sure no other versions of himself would ever topple him, and ruled time itself for eons. He brings Loki and Sylvie to him because he's been the successful covert ruler of time for so long that he's tired of it. He openly admits to Loki and Sylvie that, like them, he's responsible for horrific atrocities. I guess so. It's like, yeah, it's very interesting to the way Majors played Kang as this sort of very kind of like he was just kind of over everything. And he didn't want he was so tired. He ruled for so long that he didn't want to rule anymore. It was very interesting. I always loved how like Marvel, I say this all the time, but I always love how like Marvel doesn't quite do exactly what they do in the comics. They kind of riff on it. Yeah, I like it. So I think I think I'm going to take a little break from reading Reddit. Let me know if you want to continue reading Reddit or even talking about Loki at all. Like I said, sometimes the audience I get in for the live streams, it's kind of hit or miss as to who is actually interested in talking about the show that we're talking about. So if you want to talk about anything else, just let me know. I kind of leave it to the chat to decide kind of where the conversation goes. Until then, I'm just going to eat more chocolate and probably going to get some work done. I have a couple of videos that I need to work on. Because, I mean, a live stream technically counts as a video, but I also want to be getting out my regular videos as well. When was the last time I released a video? The MCU Phase 1 video was 3 days ago. So yeah, I should probably at least start doing video stuff. YouTube recommended me my own video. I mean, that's happened before. Rice Lum says, I've been listening to a lot of Ho anthems. Ooh, like what? What exactly makes a Ho anthem? I'd be curious to know. Rice Lum says, I was doing it on my lives too, and Instagram kicked me off. Aww. Also, a lot of Rihanna. Ooh. Riri's always good. I'm going to be having a little Fenty in my newest haul. Finally trying her cream blushes. I think I found where I started downloading. Because I still have to get all of the footage into Google Drive for this guy. Rysam says, my school always played the censored version of My Type, and she's basically nothing. Off the top of my head, I don't know which songs those are. I probably know, I just don't know them by like the name. Like I've probably heard it somewhere at some point. Seth says, "Hi, I'm just here to say hi. I can't stay for spoilers." Right? And Ricelam says, "What's up, Seth?" Hi, Seth. Although I'm sure you've probably already left by now. But hi, Seth. Thank you for coming. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure how many people have watched all of Loki yet, because the last episode only just came out today. It is shorter to watch than the other series, but especially if you're like a lot of people who are starting to like get out more now, it might be harder to like watch it all as it comes out. My son says, "Oh shoot, is my music too loud?" No, I honestly didn't even notice you were playing music. Alrighty, time to answer Timtalia's quest survey says. Ooh, should I share my screen and do this with you guys? Why not? Let me just log in first. I'm gonna be doing this while I'm like uploading all my footage. Seth says, "I'm still here. I'll take one spoiler as long as it's not the finale." Thank God you weren't here earlier, Seth, because I was reading a Reddit thread, discussion thread for Loki. So yeah, there were definitely a lot of spoilers for the finale. But I'm probably not going to be reading the Reddit for the rest of the stream, or at least as long as you're here. So you're fine from spoilers. How far have you gotten up to, Seth? Here we go. Ahaha. My go-to coral lipstick. I don't really wear a lot of corals because they definitely clash with my skin. Think of like the closest is a reddish coral I have from Bite. Ooh, also there's I haven't shown this on camera yet, but it's the Vice lip stain. I got one of these in gratis. It's still supposed to be an orange color. It's in the shade Physique, but it's kind of more of like, yeah, like a coral red. I really like it. I'm very serious about answering these Tentalia questions. I will literally like start going through my makeup stash looking for the answers. Hang on, I'll be right back. I wore it recently too, the lipstick I'm thinking of. Here it is. Bite of SF. It's got San Francisco on the front. Ta-da! Haha. Yeah, it's more red than coral. It'll have to do. Seth says, I think I'll stay. It's so quiet. I don't think spoilers will be uttered. Yeah, this happened during my Falcon and the Winter Soldier live stream too. It's kind of hit or miss whether or not my audience has actually seen the show, especially by the time of the live stream, because it's only been out for at least the final episodes, only been out for less than 24 hours. So yeah, I was actually, Steph, I would like to get your thoughts on this. I was actually thinking about maybe toning or scaling back on the Marvel stuff because my Marvel reviews actually don't really do that well. And then of course I just released my retrospective video on the Phase 1 Marvel movies, and that didn't do very well either. So like, I don't know, what would you like to still see Marvel stuff from me? And if not, what would you like to see from me? If not the Marvel stuff. Because I think it's like, it like might be time to try to go in another direction. But honestly, Marvel's been kind of nice to fill the void because, like I said, now there's like been more stuff in my wheelhouse. Whereas really, the past several months I've kind of been using Marvel. One, because I like it, but two, to kind of fill the air while like I wait for other stuff to get released. Of course, it's all on like streaming platforms I don't have. Like the iCarly reboot is like on Paramount Plus, which I don't have, and then the Gossip Girl reboot's on HBO Max, which I also don't have. So I need to find some kind of way to get it. All right, let me put the lipstick away. Oh. The next question is my go-to bronzer. That's kind of hard to say. Because I try to like rotate my makeup, so gets a decent amount of everything, kind of gets an equal amount of use. But I would have to say, I think one of the most used bronzer is Benefit Hoola Matte. Seth says, I say weigh your options, do what you like, or boost your views. I wish it could be both, but yeah. It's always a tough one. Rice Slum says 30-day free trial. Not when there's only one episode coming out a week. Unless like I got the 30-day trial like the week the final episode of the season came out, and like try to binge it all, which would not be fun, especially for the iCarly reboot, because that probably would have the first season would probably have like 20-ish episodes. No, that does not sound fun at all. But also, I don't want to do the Seth Meyers thing where I only review one episode, because I don't feel like I would have enough to talk about just reviewing one episode. My go-to gold eyeshadow, that's definitely ColourPop, the ColourPop Super Shock Shadow. In Pledge Class. It's right here. My favorite gold eyeshadow of all time. Wow. I showed it off in my single eyeshadows video. So good. So sad they discontinued this. All right, let's post. Seth says, I binge watch. I don't mind waiting, but I'm always watching things late. So you hear, that's the thing with reviewing stuff, because like I'm normally like a really slow watcher when it comes to like consuming, particularly TV. But like with reviewing, you have to review something right as it comes out. And so like I'm almost kind of working against my nature when it comes to how I naturally watch TV, because I'm like trying to watch things right as they come out as fast as I can. And sometimes I feel like guilty watching my reviews back, because like I almost kind of feel like when I sit down to film the review, I haven't like completely absorbed the material yet, and I'm kind of just trying to spitball what just immediately comes to my mind in the moment before having really fully absorbed the media first. That's why I'm like never happy with my reviews when they first come out, or after they come out, I should say. But then if I review something late, like honestly, actually, Emily in Paris did okay. I think because of the material. Both Emily in Paris and Bridgerton did okay. Bridgerton more than Emily in Paris. Emily in Paris definitely suffered from coming out so late. But it was almost like I kind of said, it was just kind of basically to fill dead air. While I waited for other stuff to come out, going back to review older things. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Rice Lum, you should make me a be right back sign. Hmm. Hello again. Seth says, well, that's Netflix. And Seth says, oh, also, I'm fine, Rice Lum. Yeah, I feel like my Netflix reviews have done better overall compared to my Disney Plus reviews. Although with the one exception being Shadow and Bone. Shadow and Bone did okay. I think it was also bad timing because I like I was saying this earlier, Seth, but like I feel like a lot of like the core people who came on during Fate the Winx saga kind of dropped off once they started going back to school, and I feel like a lot of people haven't really come back since, even though it's like summertime now. So I assume people are off of school now. It's probably just because I dropped out of their recommended feed, which it happens. Hmm. Time to put away the chocolate. I think I've had enough. Seth says, have you watched Hilda? I have not. Let me look that up right now. Oh, it's a cartoon. Hilda, a fearless blue-haired girl, travels from a wilderness full of elves and giants to a bustling city packed with new friends and mysterious creatures. This seems kind of like, yeah, in the cartoon wheelhouse. I have not seen it, but I will keep it in mind, Seth. It's probably going to be a while because the Winx Club review is taking forever. To be fair, it's 8 seasons, and the first 3 seasons have 3 different translations. So it's gonna be a while. I'm honestly kind of tempted to like do what I'm doing for Marvel and do like just season 1 of Winx Club, but compare first season of RAI, first season of 4Kids, and then the first Nickelodeon special. I'm not sure how well people would take that though. or how interested people would be. But honestly, from a time constraint for a time constraint perspective, it makes a little bit more sense because it's gonna be years at this point if I try to do it all at once. I did finish the first season of Four Kids, and now I'm on episode 5. No, episode 3 or episode 4 of RAI. Seth says, I know Skim the Fat focused mostly on the Cinelume, most accurate translation, and mention the others, then go from there. I I understand your point there, Seth, but like I don't want to do that because one, I feel like that's what everybody does. Two, I am that person. I'm a little bit more married to the Four Kids dub because that's what I grew up with. It's not it's not for any logical reason because I know the Cinelume RAI dub is a lot more accurate to the original Italian. But oh god, especially as an actor, Cinelume is hard to get through because everybody talks like this. Look, everybody, we have to go into the swamp. It's so flat, and it definitely comes down to vocal direction, not anything against the actual talent of the actors. But yeah, it's especially when, like I said, you're an actor like me. Cinelume is hard. That's part of the reason why, unfortunately, um the review is so hard because I was dreading the RAI dub because yeah, just every especially because I'm such as an actor I'm so focused on voice as opposed to like movement, where movement doesn't matter anyway. It's because it's a cartoon. It's all voice, so it's not like I can judge their movement as actors. It's all about the voice in cartoons. God, I mean, I know it gets better in the later seasons, but this first season is hard to get through. I'm so sorry. I know. I'm pretty sure, Seth, you prefer the Cinelume dub, and you have very legitimate reasons to prefer that dub. But oh man, I was even watching because I watched the Four Kids dub first. Maybe that was my mistake. I should have watched the RAI dub first, get it out of the way. But yeah, like some of that dialogue sucks in the Four Kids version. um it gets I feel like in certain moments the more dramatic dialogue serves it a lot better. Yeah, I'm thinking particularly of the scene where Bloom chews out Riven and she calls him a waste of oxygen. oxygen. I feel like that works in that situation, but in certain other situations, the dialogue like crosses the line into being corny. Like all of the times they use the term witch in place of bitch. Like it's funny, but it's like depending on when it's used, because it's used so often, it's kind of like funny in a kind of inappropriate way, and in a way that doesn't really serve the tone of the scene. So yeah, I think I might do like a full like compare and contrast of each season, because because I think that the I think all three dubs really do have their strengths to them. I don't think they're like any dub is like no completely not worth seeing. It's just going to come down to what you prefer. If you, because I feel like a lot of like the hardcore Winx Club fan really is really into like the lore, and that's why they prefer the Cinelume dub, because it's more faithful to the lore. It goes into a lot more detail about kind of the world and the characters. But if you for the casual fan, if you want something more watchable, like my kind of like friends outside of like the Winx Club fandom, if I were to recommend a version to them, if they're short on time, I would probably honestly say the Nickelodeon special. But if they have a little bit more time, but they want kind of still want a watchable cartoon, I would say 4Kids. Even though it's not faithful to what the later seasons end up being, I don't think the transition from like final season 3 of 4Kids to season 4 with Cinelume is that bad. Oh no, wait. Yeah, to season 4. I don't think the transition is that bad. You basically have to get used to calling Sparks Domino now. Because also like season 4 is when a lot of, with the exception of Aisha, it's when a lot of the character stuff kind of ends, and all the characters become very stagnant after that point. So all of like the great character building or additional character building in the Cinelume version basically becomes irrelevant after that point. So it kind of doesn't matter what version you've watched past that. So that says, well, good luck then. I could never. My time, my effort, no. I understand. Definitely. YouTube, I definitely, I enjoy having it as a hobby. Would I ever do YouTube full time? I would have to have some pretty big incentives to switch from full. I would never like completely cut it out as a possibility, but the money would have to get pretty good for me to go full time. I would probably like prefer doing like a Christine from Simply Nailogical kind of thing, where she like basically keeps a very consistent schedule with YouTube, at least across all of her channels, but she still has her job with Statistics Canada. Raislam says 5 more followers until 300 subs. Yeah, I noticed that either today or yesterday. I never like try to have too much faith in my subscriber count as it stands currently, because I could always lose more subscribers. That's definitely always a possibility. But yeah, been climbing pretty consistently lately. It's been nice. Seth says, "Oh, have I mentioned the Zodiacs Club? It's a fan spin-off of Winx. Nothing to review. I just wanted to mention it. Yeah, I have heard of Zodiacs Club. I've seen a couple of like fan spin-offs slash like fan comics, fan recreations out on the internet, mostly on Instagram. But I have heard of Zodiacs Club." Honestly, I wouldn't be completely opposed to reviewing fan spin-offs or fan creations. I don't know, like, it would have to like be kind of something that would pique my interest enough to consider being worth reviewing. Like if it's like, if it's just okay, if it's just kind of a serviceable fan thing, then I'm probably not gonna, I wouldn't review it. But if it like really has something interesting to say, I might look into it. I don't know. That's reaching pretty far because, like I said, I still have all 8 seasons of Winx Club to get through. Seth says that's where I find mine. I follow Just Us Fairies, Chronicles of Magics, and Almost Magical. They're a trio who talk. Oh, gotcha. I think I might already follow Chronicles of Magics. The other two sound familiar, but I'm not sure if I follow them. Oh no. Do not tell me I left my earbuds at work. Do not. Do not. No, I might have left my earbuds at work. No, no. I mean, I work tomorrow, but still. I have my old earbuds. Only one ear works. Seth says, if you follow Mike Yodel, she's referenced both on her page. I do not. But I might. Yeah, I'll check her out. Which earbud works? This earbud works. Seth says, so how's her page? Oh, I'm probably gonna look at her page after the stream. I kind of thought about like looking at some Wings Club pages because I know you can like access Instagram on browser on the live, but I've run across some weird stuff on Instagram before, so I kind of don't want to chance that. I'm sure like the pages you're talking about are fine, Seth, but I'm just saying in general, I've had I've seen things. So I'll probably, and also I'm currently like using my phone to upload video for my videos, so I can't look at Instagram right now on my phone, but I will after the stream. Seth says, "Oh, I forgot to mention Chronicles of Magics and Justice Fairies are on Tapas on the Winx hashtag Winx Club, while Almost Magical is on Webtoons. That's probably why I don't know. Well, because I never like I'm like a bad like Winx Club fan person. I like never go to like the actual like websites the fan works are on. I just kind of like look at the kind of the progress photos that are on Instagram. I probably should read them at some point, but just like right now with like trying to watch through the whole show, that's like kind of taking up all of the room I have in my brain currently for Winx Club stuff. So I really haven't got I really haven't dove deep on any like fan works yet. I probably will at some point. Maybe for a live stream I could read some fan works. That'd be fun. I would need more time to do live streams first. But yeah, that'd be fun. Seth says, "All right, I'm gonna go. It was nice talking. See you next time, and maybe you might see me this summer." I'm not sure what you mean by might see me this summer. But yeah, thanks for coming, Seth. And Ricelam says, "Bye, Seth." Yeah, it was definitely nice talking to you again. Or like the Charlotte Tilbury Hollywood Flawless Filter. I can't remember if this is a primer, a moisturizer, or like one of those luminizers, like those from Floric. Speaking of Loki, my friends just messaged me in our group chat, being like, "Are you?" One of my friends messaged being like, "Are you available to watch the next episode tonight?" So if they are watching it tonight, I might end this live early so I could watch it with them. They're both on the East Coast, so they're 3 hours ahead. So I would have to watch it with them early because like 8 p.m. for me is already 11 p.m. for them, and they work too. Like, I originally had planned on like going a lot longer than I usually do. And I mean, like, depending on when they want to watch tonight, I might still go later than I usually do. I mean, we're already at an hour and 45, or at least approaching that. So that's like getting close to like the like usual like hangout streams I used to do. Reslam says, "Why does it say 0 people are watching? YouTube is just as messed up as TikTok." I feel like maybe it's like either your or I say your internet connection. We're literally on the same internet. But it could be like our internet, like not showing us as a full viewer because there's like a delay. I wonder if that's it. Wrestling says, and Instagram. Yeah, I think it might just be um a live streaming problem, period. Wrestling says I'm using data. Hmm. Well, I'll see on like my watch hours, like what my real watch time is once that like it takes a day to process, but I'll be able to see it after that. Brycelon says, today's one of those days I want to stay in bed and do nothing. I feel that. I didn't really have a choice to do that today because I had work and then I'm streaming today. Right? Some says, but that's every day, honestly. Especially since I've started working. I think I really appreciate my days off more because those are the days I really have to decompress, especially because I get so few of them. So yeah, on my days off, like I try to be productive because those are my only days off, but also like I just want to be in bed. Raceland says, I'm going now. Bye bye. Bye. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. I have my earbud in because I'm watching YouTube to like keep myself entertained while there's like nobody here. Now this is definitely going to be true since you're leaving. But thank you so much for coming, Ricelam. If anybody's watching this on the replay, Ricelam is Sojubi on Instagram. Go follow on TikTok. Go follow her and do some. She does like anime inspired art. Thank you so much for coming. Bye bye. Say hi to your friend for me if they know me from your live streams. It's funny after you left, there's one person watching. That's funny. I wonder if I should put on like some like Loki theories while I live stream. But like I probably wouldn't really be talking through them. So it's not like transformative. It's just me watching videos. Sorry, I thought I would be able to like show you guys me editing sooner, but there's a lot of footage in this video that still needs to be uploaded. I did not realize how much there is. This is gonna be long. Coming. I realized I just said something and my mic was still muted, but I've got my dinner now. I knew that I was going to try to stream for longer than usual. So I asked my parents if it was okay if I could bring my dinner to my room. And they, thank God, said yes. So I have pizza. Here. Okay, so next is the urban. I knew there was another eyeliner in here. Okay, so next is the Urban Decay. Ooh, it's greasy. I love pepperoni. So good. But I wanted to eat the pesto first because I figured pepperoni is gonna be more intense. This officially has become a mukbang. It's so good, but it's getting kind of messy here. But it's short enough I can just hold it with my hand. I did not realize how hungry I was, so I just started eating. No wonder I was using the chocolate earlier. Hi. Um, I'm having dinner right now. Um, so, but if you want to talk about Loki, just let me know. Tonight the chat really hasn't been interested in talking about Loki. It's kind of happened with Falcon and the Winter Soldier too, even WandaVision. Um, so if you are interested in talking about anything else, just let me know in the chat. Hmm. Now my friends are saying they're both gonna shower. I should actually probably shower today too, because I work tomorrow as well. But they're both gonna shower before we watch Loki. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Could I possibly stream like playing a video game? I could. Hang on, let me finish my dinner first. And see if I can set that up. I'm not sure if I can do it. If I do it, it be something really simple. But yes, I eat the whole crust because I don't like to waste. Okay, I'm gonna go put my plate away. I'll be right back. Hello. Alrighty. Now let's see what I can do. Oh, damn, I don't think I can. Maybe. How does that look? Yeah! I did it! It's not the best. Not the best layout, but you know, it'll have to do. Radiant, because I'm horrible. I'm horrible at this game. We shall call this game alive. Oops! I skipped the opening cutscene. Oh well. Just wanted to turn up the volume. The only thing is like this, I can't see the chat. Oh well. Okay, for this live, I'm gonna name all of the different people after people in the chat. So this is going to be Ryslam, and this is going to be Seth. Watch them both die immediately. Damn it! Hang on. Seth. Riff. You can if you chat in the chat, I'll name somebody after you. Although we only have 2 people in our party right now, but there'll be more. There'll be more. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot that's trapped. Wait, why is it renamed Reynald? Why? That's supposed to be Ricelum. Did I not check it afterwards? Like I did with the other guy?
Welcome home, such as it is. This squalid hamlet is your eyes.
There we go. Oh my god, the Nomad Wagon is never worth it. Ooh, let's recruit more people. I want to save my artifacts.
Soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses, all will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
I can't teach them new skills yet, right? No, I can't.
The cost of preparedness, measured now in gold, later in blood. The promise of safety. In radiance may we find victory.
Gory-eyed Beast, hi. They said a solar storm was gonna mess up the internet. I did not hear of that, but then again, I've been at work all day, so maybe like the news broke while I was at work. I had to work from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. But thank you, Gory-eyed Beast, for chatting for that. Let's see. I'm going to name the plague doctor after you. Or it's Gory-eyed Beast. But you seem to be live streaming all right. Yeah, I've been okay. My internet was a little slow at the beginning, but other than that, I've been all right. Gory-eyed Beast, since it is the title of the live stream, have you seen Loki? Have you watched it at all? Are you interested? I meant to talk about Loki a little more on the stream, but the direction of the chat at the beginning of the stream really didn't want to push it in the direction of Loki. People more wanted to talk about Winx Club, which is kind of like the thing I'm known for. At least it's my most successful review was of Fate the Winx Saga. Gory-eyed Beast says, just watched it. You want spoilers? Yes, because I watched it at work. Well, not at work. I finished it on my lunch. Literally the day before, my boss was telling me about his theory for the last episode. They thought it was going to be Gory-eyed Beast asks about Loki or a deep dungeon. You mean Darkest Dungeon? Probably no spoilers for Darkest Dungeon. I've actually never. I love this game, but I've actually never finished it. Just because I said that right as I was starting it, but I really suck at this game. I've never been super good at like combat video games anyway. I've always been more of like a Sims person. But this is like one of the few like combat-based video games that I really like. But yeah, spoilers for Loki are fine. I've seen it. Gory-eyed Beast says, me too. I couldn't beat the 16-pounder. Which one is that? I can't think of which one that is off the top of my head. I've gotten to the second stage of the Darkest Dungeon. I think that's as far as I've gotten. And I actually only just got there recently. And lost hero after hero to it. Yeah, I don't blame you. But you're named after Gory-eyed Beast. I named the plague doctor after you, so hopefully you don't die. The big god-awful militia cannon boss. Okay, yeah. I've never beaten that one. Whenever the attack on the village comes, I just let it take a building. Like sometimes if I'm like I'm really confident in my current team, I'll take a stab at it. But otherwise, I'll just be like, it's not worth it. Like losing like potentially all 4 heroes. Gory-eyed Beast says, I spent the whole episode trying to figure out who he was. Is it Mephisto? Is it Galactus? It's Kang the Conqueror. I know it's confusing because they never say it outright. Actually, earlier in the stream, was looking at the Marvel Studios Reddit, and they confirmed it was Kang the Conqueror in like an interview. But I hate that like now to like understand Marvel, you have to do start digging into interviews. It should be clear in the text who is who. Like I find that very annoying, especially as like an actor. You know, like the text is what matters, not them giving interviews on random websites. Gory IB says, then at the very end, oh, duh, Kang. Time, right? Felt stupid, obvious once I realized. See, you would think it's obvious, but like, think about all of like the just average kind of like Marvel viewing people who are not going to realize that and just be really confused. Like, I might end the stream early because some of my like friends might want to watch Loki. They're not at the final episode yet. I think we were at episode 3 or 4, I think. And yeah, they're not like, I don't think they any either of them have ever read the comics. So like how are they going to know who Kang the Conqueror is and what his deal is if they don't know? So like the like only keeping it to like allusions to his character basically, I have a feeling is really going to confuse people. I mean, yeah, like we have the internet and like anybody can just look up like ending Loki explained to like know who they're talking about. But they shouldn't. My point is that they shouldn't have to. It should be clear in the text. Gory IB says, but that's what made it so bad for me. I do read the comics and I do know Kang's deal, just didn't see it coming. Gotcha. I see what you mean. I mean, I'm like, I read the comics, but I'm not super familiar with particularly the cosmic side of Marvel. So this was kind of more of an kind of unknown territory for me. Like, I definitely like knew who Sylvie was before they like made it clear who she was, basically. But like, yeah, Kang the Conqueror. I'm like, I know the name, but I'm not super familiar with. I mean, I knew like what his basic deal was. Oh my god, do I remember what item goes with the holy fountain? It's the holy water, right? But not the gory-eyed beasts, but not the ending I was expecting. That's for sure. Yeah, I said this earlier in the stream, but when I watched the first season of Demon Slayer, I was like okay with the fact that they really hadn't answered a lot of the question they posed at the beginning of the season. But for this, I kind of it's kind of like a good like wanting more, but I still wanted more. I wasn't satisfied with the ending. It's because I enjoyed it and I like want to spend more time with these characters, but there's still like a level of dissatisfaction with how much wasn't answered. Oh yeah, it is okay. It is holy water. I knew it. Gory B says I liked it more than WandaVision, if that matters. LOL. Between this and WandaVision, this I'm having a hard time deciding which one's my favorite. Yeah, I usually watch a show one more time over before like really deciding my verdict on it. There's a couple of aspects about Loki I'm still not quite decided on. So I think I need to like before I decide if it's like my favorite of at least this newest like the Disney Plus Marvel series. I kind of in my mind I kind of group it all together. I know WandaVision was kind of like a love it or hate it for a lot of people. It was really funny. I know I think I've done the circus like once, but I don't really mess with it. Gory IB says, I didn't know you had to put holy water in that damn thing. Yeah. Yeah. It like it either heals your heroes or it like sometimes gives you treasure. I think it usually heals your heroes though. These are an okay like starting trinket. I'll give it to Rice Slum. Rice Slum's my sister. She was on the stream earlier, but she had to leave. If you chat in the stream, I'll also name another character after you. We have one open spot. I think I should send her to stress heal and then grab somebody else. Oops. Should I do 2 Plague Doctors? Why the hell not? So now I have 2 characters that are unnamed that could be named after you if you chat. I think I like this better. Yeah, so like WandaVision, I feel like was like love it or hate it because if you weren't interested in the mystery or the characters, mainly the characters, because the mystery only really lasts for like the first 4 or 5 episodes or so. So if you're not really invested in the characters, there's really kind of nothing to hold on to. Like it was funny, my 2 friends that I'm watching Loki with right now, I also watched WandaVision with them. And one of them, because she was super attached to like Wanda and Vision, really loved WandaVision. But then the other one, who I think she's only seen Endgame and maybe Infinity War. Yes, I remember seeing Infinity War with her because in the theater she was asking us so many questions she pissed off the people in front of us. I felt so bad. So yeah, so like because she wasn't really attached to these characters in the same way. She found WandaVision really not sure if she found it boring, but she definitely found it like well, I would say she found it boring. Yeah. She found it boring and confusing. Gory-Eyed Beast says, I absolutely loved the quirky WandaVision intros. They were spot on to the decade they were spoofing. Yeah, and again, as an actor, I really love kind of like, yeah, going through the different decades of television, and also kind of the actors very much like adapted their kind of how they played their character to the decade while still being their character. It was actually very interesting.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. Mortality clarified in a single strike. Slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. Death I can choose. A victory, perhaps the turning point.
Gory Eyed Beast says, I've never entered the dungeon without a healer in the rear rank. Fair enough. I I've definitely gone without healers. Um, Not for like big like boss fights. I always make sure to have a healer, but just a regular dungeon, especially this early on, I've definitely gone without a healer. Because I always make sure to bring extra food. So like if I reach the end of this dungeon here without like a health check or a food check, I'll just do something. Also because normally I would turn like, yeah, I would like get somebody who can heal. Although this heal, especially in the first stage, kind of sucks. But I would try to get this guy to heal. But I don't have the skill house. Oops, that's the wrong guy. but I don't have the skill house unlocked yet. So like, I normally I would have both of them get that healing ability, so I could have basically two healers at once. Even though, like I said, they both kind of suck.
In person, it's kind of a autumn, dark burgundy red.
Sorry, for those of you who don't know, what I was originally doing before I started to play Darkest Dungeon, or I'm basically multitasking, is I'm uploading some video footage for my latest haul, and I'm trying to figure out the last video I uploaded. I'm pretty sure I'm here. Also, it's getting a little dark, so I'm going to turn on the light. Gory-eyed Beast says, "Don't you get gory-eyed beast offed while I watch? I won't take it well." LOL. I will try. I will try. Oh, right, because this guy starts off the kleptomaniac trade. Gotta be careful. He's gonna steal my stuff. But you know, if more people start chatting, we would have more characters to worry about dying. Because honestly, like the unnamed characters, I don't really care about. Like the ones, I mean, the ones named after you, Gory-eyed Beast, and then the one named Seth, that one after Seth, and then this one here is named after literally my sister. That's why I'm giving that one Crusader all the artifacts, because it's my sister. And of course, right as I say, they all start attacking her.
Greed is the weapon that cuts on its own. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Serves you right.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born. promise of safety. A handsome reward for a task well performed. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. The way is lit. The path is clear. You require only the strength to follow it. The great ruins belong to us, and we will find whatever secrets they hold. Though long years may seem to separate them, action and consequence will invariably have their grateful reunion.
Oh god, these guys all need a stress heal. And this person's missing. I need to bring both of them on.
This man understands that adversity and existence are one and the same.
I might keep it like this. No, I'm gonna take. Oh yeah, the guild's open.
Make no mistake, we will face ever greater threats. Our soldiers must be ready.
That's still won't help because oh, I should have unlocked the other skill. Whew. Tiredness is really kicking in. This is kind of what I was worried about when I said like I worked a full shift of work and I want to stream longer than I ever have, which at this point I have because I usually only go for 2 hours, but because I don't live stream as often as I used to because I work full time now, or basically full time, not officially full time, but basically full time, that I try to go longer today, but oh, my brain is not at 100% anymore. Yeah, he can battle heal. Still want to have that stress heal. Just in case. So then he go in here. Nah. don't like any of these, or I don't have the hero for any of these. How about this guy? Well, no, no, it's not even worth it to start going in there until some people are already infected.
Piece out the holes from your lineage once familiar. Now, born. Why then such missteps on the exception, and not the rule? The right, the promise of safety.
Oh, Tube Mancy replied to my comment on I did my most recent video is a retrospective of all of the Marvel movie or all of the Phase 1 Marvel movies. You know what? I'm gonna, commenting during a stream counts. Can I not rename him now in battle? I guess not. No, I'll do it after the fight.
But I am getting back into live streaming. However,
Okay.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Yes, now that we're done, yep. Actually, after this, I think I might at least stop playing Darkest Dungeon and actually try to get on with some video editing. I know you like Gory Eye Beast, you said it was. Oh, Tumancy says, "Whoa! I arrived just in time to see you type my name in the game. That was eerie." Yeah, I was playing Darkest Dungeon, and anybody who talked in the chat got their name. Got to name their. I named one of the characters after them, and I saw your comment as I was playing, and I figured, yeah, that counts. But yes, also welcome to the chat, to Mancy. Have you watched Loki? I the whole stream hasn't really been about Loki because a lot of my fan base comes from my Wings Club videos. My review of Fate the Wings Saga is basically my most popular video. I think it's almost at like 10K. So that's kind of what everybody knows me for. So people wanted to talk more about Winx Club. Because I eventually promised a review of the entire 8 seasons of the cartoon. So people wanted to know how that was coming along. Wanted me to Seth, who is a regular commenter in the chat, wanted to steer me into talking more about a certain translation of the cartoon as opposed to others. But yes, Tumancy, have you seen Loki at all? In the meantime, I'm just downloading some clips for a video. I might edit a little bit on stream for our final hour. If I can get all these clips downloaded. This is going to be a long video because it's a haul. But it's like my regular haul, which is usually like 1 or 2 things. But then I also, because I work at Sephora, I'm still wearing I should have probably changed before the live stream. But yes, I'm still wearing my work shirt. Not sure how well you can see it. But I work at Sephora, so we get what's called gratis as part of the job. And so that's probably what takes up most of the time. Tumancy says, I basically learned about Winx thanks to those videos. Until I watched, I basically only knew that it was a cartoon that existed. And no, I've not seen Loki, but I just wanted to check out the stream. Thank you. I know the title is like, let's talk about Loki, but honestly, I'll talk about whatever the chat wants to talk about. And I'll usually amend the name of the stream appropriately once it's ended. I don't know what I'm gonna name this stream because there's just been so much different stuff going on over the past couple of hours. It was like a long stream of silence at one point. I used to try to section out oh, I'm talking during this section of the stream. I'm not talking during this section of the stream. But especially now that I work basically full time, I don't have that time anymore to really go through a live stream once it's all been finished and try to section things out. So yeah, unfortunately, I probably couldn't do that. But yeah, Tumancy, I'm honestly surprised that you watched the Winx Club videos. Thank you so much. I noticed the people who watch my Marvel videos versus the people who watch my Winx Club videos are kind of 2 different camps. So it's good to know that there's some cross section. But yeah, I was talking earlier with Seth, but there's basically 3 different translations of the cartoon. And so, to do a proper review, I have to watch all 3 of them, which is a lot. And so I figured I would, break it up and do the comparison, by season and make those separate videos. Maybe I'll, compile it all into one giant video at the very end. Tumancy says, my friend Banzinator streams on Twitch, and she just immediately uploads the full video every time. Gotcha. I occasionally stream on Twitch. I usually stream on Saturdays, but it's just these past 2 Saturdays I haven't been able to stream because I've been busy. But yeah, I stream on Twitch, but I don't save my streams. I actually don't know how to save my streams on Twitch. I only just started streaming on Twitch. So it's still kind of new territory for me. I do writing sprints on Twitch, by the way, which is totally different to what I do here. Yeah, since I'm not doing, I used to do a lot more writing content on my channel, but because of work, I really can't do Camp Nano vlogs this month. NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writing Month. Can't really do vlogs this month. So because of that, and like I can't do Writing Wednesday either because, oh my God, work. So yeah, unfortunately, because of that, like all the writing content's basically been cut out of my channel. Other than like the script readings, of which there is one, the Powerpuff Girls script. Which, oh my God. Just thinking about that video brings back painful memories of just everything in that script. Oh my God. I'm getting like war flashbacks. Yeah, it's sad I'm not doing writing content on my YouTube channel, but I am doing a writing sprints on my Twitch channel. So at least there's that. Jumancy says, I haven't even been using Twitch for a full year yet. I only started so I could play Smash Brothers with Banzinator's chat. Gotcha. Ooh, who do you main in Smash Brothers? It's been forever since I've played Smash Brothers. But when I did, I mained Zero Suit Samus. It was pretty decent. I like the faster characters. But sometimes when a character is too fast, just because I don't have kind of a really good grip or really good control over the controls, if a character's like too fast, like, or if a character's like slippery, like Yoshi's kind of slippery for me. If a character's too fast, I can't control them properly, and I'll like accidentally send them over the edge or something. Jumancy says, the Powerpuff Girls script video was damn impressive. That was a whole lot of talking. I mean, it's not like there weren't cuts in that video, thank God. I think I would have, if I was talking for like, truly talking for an hour and a half straight, I think I would pass out. But yeah, I think that took about 5 hours to film. I'm gonna be totally real, because I know I took a break somewhere in the middle to like go get a snack or something, which is not something I normally do. I normally try to film all my videos in one go just to be efficient about time, especially because I don't use any artificial like studio lighting in my videos. It's all natural lighting, so I have to be mindful of when the sun goes down. But yeah, for that one I needed a break. I had to take a break in between. Chumancy says, heh, well, I'm best with Yoshi, but I main Shulk. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, I do Zero Suit Samus mostly. I used to like Samus more in Brawl, but something happened after Brawl where like I don't like Big Suit Samus anymore. Big Suit Samus. It's supposed to be just Samus. But yeah, they either made her slower or something, because ever after Brawl, I just don't like Samus anymore. I'm mostly Zero Suit Samus now, because I used to be equally between the two. And then I like Bayonetta in the Switch Smash Brothers, not the original one that she was in, the one on the Wii U, where she's like super overpowered. When she was overpowered, like I'm not that person who wants an easy game. Like if she's overpowered, it's not fun. Yeah, and I know like she's like, a lot of people say that in the one on the Switch, she's like underpowered and she's like basically useless now. I like playing as her. Of course, I don't win all the time, but I still like playing as her. I do occasionally like Peach. That's only because the few times I've ever played Melee, it was at my cousin's house. It was like 4. I tried to play as Kirby, and I kept falling off the edge because I was 4. But I had played as Peach, and my cousins like went really easy on me, and I won because that's what you do with a 4-year-old. But yeah, I was playing as Peach then, so I kind of have that special memory attached to that. Tube Nancy says, I've never touched Zero Suit. There are still some characters that I've never played, which is embarrassing until I remember there's like 80 characters. Oh yeah, I will never play enough Smash Brothers in my life to play all the characters. I mentioned this when I was playing Darkest Dungeon, but I really don't like combat-based games for some reason. I know that's such a wide range of games. That's like most games. But I don't know, there's something about like fighting that just doesn't really entertain me. Like I like watching Marvel movies and all the fight scenes and that, but when it's like me actively like fighting somebody, even if it's in a game, I just don't like really connect with it in a way. That sounds so weird. Because that's like I said, that's like most games. But yeah, Smash Brothers I like in like very small bursts. I'll play like maybe 1 or 2 rounds, and that's it. And you know, during those 1 or 2, I also like Lucina. But I mostly like Lucina. Well, I also like her because of the combat style, but I also like her because I love Fire Emblem. So there's that. Jumancy says, I don't really play fighting games, but when I saw that Smash Bros. Ultimate was basically like a video game museum, I decided I definitely wanted to own it. That's fair. That's fair. Because that's like, especially I remember back in the day before the new Animal Crossing for the Switch came out, that was like the only way you could like see Animal Crossing characters. Well, even before the one for the Switch, because they have those like spin-off games that came out after New Leaf. But I started playing Animal Crossing during the City Folk, the one for the Wii came out, and there was like a decent chunk of time between when the Wii version came out and the 3DS version came out. That's all we had. Oh wait, was the villager in Smash? No, they weren't. But like, you still had the Animal Crossing stage, and then you had the little Animal Crossing trophy. So I don't think they had the character yet, but you had the stage and the trophies, because. And the music. That's what I'm thinking of, the music, because I love the Animal Crossing remixes in Smash Brothers. I use them in a lot of my videos, actually. Jumancy says, Peach and Lucina are both high-tier characters, so you should feel proud of yourself being drawn to them. Winky face. Thank you. Jumancy, are you like super? I'm trying to keep it like kind of on topic, or at least occasionally talk about the topic this video is about. But have you watched? Do you like watch Marvel at all? Are you like a Marvel person like at all, or because I know you you said you watched the Phase 1 movies when you were in college. But you didn't specify like how like into Marvel you are after that, because I feel like the Phase 1 movies were pretty mainstream. So, and like of course there's like, even beyond like the Disney Plus series, there's like some of the weirder TV shows. Like they're the TV shows with Netflix, and then there's like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and oh god, the Inhumans. Which I generally like the Inhumans comics. So it's kind of sad that the TV show ended up going the way it did. Anyway, Chimancy says, you just reminded me that I have to finish playing Fire Emblem Three Houses. I have literally over 400 hours in that game, and I've only got one ending so far. Yep, that's how Fire Emblem goes. At least there's voice actors now, because the first Fire Emblem game I had was Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn for the Wii, and I was playing it with my sister. At the time, my sister could not read, but Fire Emblem, even back then, before like you had like the branching paths thing, or like the different options or ways to play, Fire Emblem was still over 100 hours. And so I think this is what turned me into an actor, is that I read the entire game to my sister with all the characters, including all the men, which I cannot do male characters very well. Even like, because I love to do impressions of Tara Strong's characters all the time. I know you've been watching Loki, but she voices a character. She voices this little animatronic clock that keeps track of the time variance authority. But one of her most famous characters is Timmy Turner. And I've tried to do Timmy Turner for years, but it's kind of slightly nasal, and I can't get the placement of it quite right. It's just me and male voices, because it's lower than what I have in my kind of attempt at placing Timmy Turner, but I can't get it to go lower for whatever reason. Well, technically two with the Ash Wolves DLC. I never ended up going into the DLC with Three Houses. I forgot. I'm like you. I only got one of the endings, and I think I'm really close to getting the second. But I stopped playing because basically because my grandfather passed away. And I found out while I was playing the game, and so unfortunately, I've kind of just had that bad association with the game ever since then. It's not the fault of the game. It really isn't. It just happened to be. Anyways, Tumancy says, I was a Marvel fanatic, watching every single film in theaters, except for the first Ant-Man, which I just missed for some reason. I've been off of it for a while now. After Endgame ended, I made the conscious decision to leave the MCU behind. Gotcha. I mean, like, after Endgame, like, yeah, I wasn't, like, done with the MCU. I'm kind of glad the pandemic gave us a break. Unintentionally so, but, like, I was definitely feeling, like, a level of fatigue when it came to the movies. Like, I it's not that I didn't enjoy the Marvel movies, but I wanted something else for a little bit, you know? And so, yeah, I'm probably going to see Black Widow next week when I go visit my best friend. We've seen each other in a year and a half, because it's not even like, oh, we saw each other and then the pandemic happened. We saw each other in January because we were both studying abroad in England, but I was only there for the January break. But while she was supposed to be there for the whole semester, but then March rolled around. I don't know. She didn't even get sent home until April. But yeah, her study abroad got cut short. So we saw each other in January being like, okay, see you at graduation. And graduation never happened. Tumancy says, oh, that sucks. Yeah, I've had bad associations like that happen before. Tumancy says, I was heavily invested in it for all these 10 years. In fact, I have all the big Blu-ray collections. Gotcha. My best friend, the same best friend I'm probably going to see Black Widow with, I don't think she has the Blu-ray collections, but I know she has all of the movies on DVD. She's like a big DVD person. I'm not. I don't think I've bought a new DVD since I was like 9 years old. But she's still really big into DVDs, very big into physical media. Speaking of whom, she just messaged me right now. She's one of the people I'm going to be watching Loki with or rather, watching for a second time because I've watched the whole thing, and they're on episode 4. I'm all ready. I think our other friend might be in the shower still. Tumancy says, British Blu-ray collections, that is. I was reminded that they are British when The Avengers were instead called Avengers Assemble. Oh, gotcha. It's kind of like a sorcerer versus philosopher's stone type thing. Humanity says, yeah, I'm an old fart millennial who's still obsessed with physical media. So is my friend. My friend's a little bit older than me, and she's like one of the Zillennials, I think it's called, who's like right on the cusp between millennial and Gen Z. Whereas like I'm firmly in Gen Z territory. I mean, like, I was actually talking about my coworkers with my coworkers about this today, but like, I'm a millennial in the sense that like I remember kind of like life before smartphones. But like I was pretty young when the switch happened, also because I live in like the Bay Area, which is like super tech heavy. The kind of the changeover from like nobody having a smartphone to everybody having a smartphone happened a lot faster here than I think it happened everywhere else. Like I was in the 3rd grade, so I was about like 7 or 8 when the first iPhone came out. And I remember that year somebody in my class got one for like his birthday, and it was such a big deal that he had it stolen less than 2 weeks later because so many people wanted one. And it was such like a rare hot commodity. But then fast forward to like not even like 3 years later, and my sister is in the 1st grade, so that would be about like 5 or 6 years old, and she's like complaining to my parents being like, why don't I have an iPhone? Everybody else in class has an iPhone. Like that's how quick it happened, at least for me. Tumancy says, except instead of changing philosophers to sorcerers because Americans don't know what philosophy is. Very true. Avengers had to be changed because there was a classic British TV show called The Avengers. That's right. Yeah, because there was like, it's a copyright thing. Dumancy says, I didn't get a cellular flip phone until I was in college. Oh, gotcha. See, like, I'm probably, it's funny because before my Wings Club videos got really popular, the majority of my audience was actually older than me. That's kind of, it's actually kind of starting to go back to that a little bit. I think after kind of the hype of the Wings Club videos died down, I think my audience is kind of averaging back out to being slightly older than me. Because like the Wings Club videos just brought in a bunch of kids, and I kind of had to change up my behavior a little bit because like I didn't consider myself like explicitly family friendly, but like I generally kept it family friendly, and I kind of like threw in an adult joke here every so often, honestly pretty rarely. But then once I'm pretty sure my live stream right after the release of Fate the Wing Saga came out, that live stream is still public. If you went to that live stream, you would see it, like everybody is very clearly like under 14. And so like I basically turned into their mother. But yeah, but God, where was I going with this? I don't know. Jumancy says I didn't get a smartphone until after I graduated. Oh, I know where I was going with this. So like, it's funny how like, especially like I said before, the Winx Club videos, a lot of my audience was like, "Oh my gosh, you're such a baby. You're a little baby, so young, baby." I got a lot of like stuff late for somebody. I like adapted technology very late for somebody my age. Like I didn't get a smartphone till my first year of high school. That is for somebody my age, that is very late. I went through all of middle school with it wasn't a flip phone. It was like one of those push-up phones that had the touch screen at the top and then you pushed it up and it was the 9 buttons. And all I had that all through middle school and all through middle school. Everybody else had an iPhone, but I didn't. And it was very sad. And everybody hated me because I would always mess up the group chat because my dumb phone couldn't handle all the emojis on a smartphone. Yeah. And then I didn't get an Instagram. This was what I was talking about at work. I didn't get an Instagram until I was in college. For someone my age, that is super late. It is like almost a universal experience for people my age to have just random selfies of them at like 10 years old just floating around on Instagram because that's the age most people got Instagram. I feel very like on one hand I was like, you know, I don't kind of have some of the same socialization that people my age do. Like I never had Vine because by the time I got a smartphone, Vine had already closed down. So like a lot of times people my age will like make random Vine references and I just won't know what they're talking about because I never had Vine. Back on Jumancy says back on topic, I currently live with my aunt and she had only ever seen a couple of the MCU films. Yeah, I'm not sure, Jumancy, if you were in the chat when I was talking about this, but one of my friends that I'm planning on watching Loki with at some point, she has only ever seen she's only ever seen Infinity War and Endgame. And Infinity War was her very first Marvel movie. So when we saw, and so like, yeah, she basically just heard that me and my other friend who did the study abroad in England. Speaking of that, Jumancy, are you from England? Because I know you mentioned you have British Blu-rays. She and I were just going to see Infinity War in theaters. And so she just heard we were going to see Infinity War in the movie in the theaters. And she was like, "Oh, can I come?" And we were like, "But have you seen any of the other Marvel movies?" And she was like, "No, I'll be fine." And cut to us in the theater. She keeps asking us so many questions that we piss off the people in front of us. I felt so bad. So, Tumancy, what Marvel movies has your aunt seen? Tumancy says, so before Infinity War came out, I spent a year watching all the MCU films with her, as well as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I had never seen before. Gotcha. That's very sweet to go sit down and watch all the movies with her. We probably should have done that with our friend. We were all in college at the time, so we would have not had the time to be able to do that. We probably should have, because she's the type who, like, if she has a question in her head, she's gonna ask it, like, no matter what the situation is, even if we're in a theater. Tumancy says, no, I'm from NorCal, currently living in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh, gotcha. You're from NorCal. I'm from San Francisco. I'm currently here in San Francisco in my childhood bedroom. You can tell it's my childhood bedroom because I got the dinosaur piggy bank, firmly cementing me as a 90s kid, the dinosaur piggy bank. I really do feel like that was a staple of like 90s children's bedrooms. I still have mine, still have all the original coins in it. Okay, something funny is going on with Google Drive. Can't get any more clips to download. I think I'm just going to work off of what I have right now. Tumancy says, so I'm going to invoke that meme now. No, I'm from NorCal. Shows picture of Mountain Lake. I know what you're talking about. San Francisco, though, is definitely north. Unless you're one of those people who considers the Bay Area to be its own thing, which, fair. I know one of my coworkers is actually from Tahoe. So yeah, so she pulls that card a lot. Alrighty, my friend says she needs about 15 more minutes, so I think that's how much longer I'm going to be streaming for. Tumancy says, my hometown is basically 2 hours north of you, above the Napa Valley. Funny thing, I've actually never been to, like, Napa Valley wine country. One, because I haven't been 21 for very long. Two, because about 6 months after I turned 21, the pandemic hit, so it's not like I could really enjoy being 21. Also because I was a senior in college, and so I was busy dealing with that. But like my dad is super into wine. I think I've had wine in my Demon Slayer review. You know how I said, like, occasionally I, like, do kind of more of adult things on my channel. Yeah, I was drinking wine during part of that review because my dad is very into wine. I had a wine glass during my Emily in Paris review, but I didn't want to have actual wine during that review because I film on the floor, and my floor is carpet. So filming with wine on carpet is basically just asking for trouble. So, okay. Tumancy, I'm not sure if I don't think you've ever been here while I've done an editing. I've done some editing during stream, but yes. Show you the process of how I edit my videos. Tumancy says, people from my film school often get internships at American Zoetrope, Francis Ford Coppola's company in the Valley. Gotcha. Fun fact, I went to Francis Ford Coppola's college, Hofstra University, which is in New York, not California, but yeah. I know he has like a restaurant here in the city, or at least a restaurant he really likes. I'm not sure if he like owns it or not. It's mostly just my brain not working right now. But yeah, I know he has like the winery in the Valley, which I heard is actually not that good. Like I know like it's kind of like a not touristy, but it's kind of like a gimmicky kind of niche thing to do. And to Mancy, I didn't know you went to film school. Where'd you go? To Mancy says, Premiere. I need to learn this. I use Final Cut, but editors should always learn multiple programs. Very true. I actually learned Final Cut before I learned Premiere because I was very fortunate. My high school had a Mac lab, and they had a Mac lab, but they had no theater program. So to keep myself busy before I transferred to a high school that actually had a theater program, I got involved making PSAs for like the high school's peer assistance program. It was, which sounds very weird. Both of my high schools were very weird, but in very different ways. Yeah, but I made PSAs, and like a part of that was learning editing. And so yeah, I learned Final Cut Pro at like 13. It was such a good experience. But yeah, but I don't have a Mac, so I can't use Final Cut Pro now.
And so I was like, you know what?
Oops.
Everybody's been curious about the syrup.
Did not mean to do that. But yeah, I don't own a Mac, so I can't use Final Cut now. Although honestly, I still prefer it to Premiere. Premiere's got its good points at times. But I still personally prefer Final Cut. Tumancy says, my college had a Mac lab and a theater program. So there. I think my college did too. I never took advantage of the Mac lab because I think it was mostly for like the STEM students and not for us artistic types. But yeah, our program, because I was a drama major in college, our program, like, it was very weird. Like, the film school and the theater school were two different things. Oh my god, did I seriously download all these clips twice? I did. Oh my god. But yeah, there were like special rules about like, oh, if you're a BFA, you can't be involved in any of the student films, and the film school can't rent out costumes from the theater department, and it made literally no sense. No sense. Tumancy says, my high school didn't have a film program there, so you got me there. See, my high school didn't have a film program. It had a pipeline of making PSAs to try to help the underserved youth of the school. That's what it basically was. Like, it was basically a propaganda arm to try to get to these underserved youths to become upstanding members of society or something. It was very strange. Okay. Tumancy says, I went to Pacific Union College. At the time, PUC's film and TV department was still relatively new. Gotcha. Yeah, do I know anyone who's gone to PUC? I don't think so, but I've definitely heard of the college. My second high school, my second high school, a lot of us, because like everybody was kind of like shooting for like Ivy League top 7% acceptance rate type schools. And so a lot of us, including me, the ones who didn't like end up going to like UC Berkeley, UCLA, USC. A lot of us ended up going to schools like Pacific Union. And some of us just went to state. Everybody always made fun of the kids who went to state, but my mom went to state. It's a pretty good school. And by state, I mean San Francisco State. Can't speak for all state colleges. If you're wondering why I film in like tiny little baby clips, it is because my phone, which is what I film on, cannot handle me filming in 1 or 2 long clips. Like I would destroy, honestly, both my phone and my computer, because I'm editing / live streaming on my laptop. And so like I know like the Powerpuff, my live reading of the Powerpuff Girls script nearly destroyed my computer. Like I had to uninstall The Sims just to get it to fully process because there was no more room left on my computer. The only part is there's a lot of different clips to go through, and that can get kind of tedious. Tubasi says, I use a DVX 200. It's extremely out of date, but I love it. I shot my thesis project on it. Gotcha. HVX 200. Okay. I do not know cameras. I've filmed on for the whole history of my YouTube channel. I've filmed on my phone and live streamed off my laptop webcam. So I do not know cameras. I wish to know cameras one day. Honestly, I debated between, when I was getting my new phone, I debated between getting like a kind of a cheap but decent phone and then just buying a camera, or buying a really like a high like a all the bells and whistles type phone instead of a camera. And I ended up going with a phone with all the bells and whistles type thing, which is what I have now. It's my Samsung something XD with all the letters and the numbers and maybe a Roman numeral thrown in there for good measure. Isabelle Louisa says hi from Brazil. Hi, Isabelle. Are you here to talk about Loki? Have you seen Loki, or do you want to talk about something else? I am willing to talk about whatever. We've talked about Loki on and off here in the chat, but I've basically gone in whatever direction the chat wants to go in. So feel free to talk about whatever. Humanity says, although I have used a DVX 100, that was about the highest end that used cassettes. It was almost HD. Gotcha. HVX 200 is a digital format camera that uses P2 memory cards. I've definitely used digital cameras. I've never used one with cassette tapes. I know, like, at my college or the film school, they had if you took a certain class, they would have you use kind of like older film tech. But other than that, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody still using the cassette tape types. I'm sure people do, especially for like stylized things. But even though I've only just finished loading up the videos, my friend is ready to watch episode. I think we're on episode 4 of Loki. I've watched everything, but they haven't. My friends haven't, because they're a little bit. My friends like. One of my friends is like really big into Marvel. It's just she works 2 jobs, so she just doesn't really have the time to watch things right as they come out, which is understandable. I think that's a lot of people. Wow, I've almost been streaming for 4 hours. Yeah, this is the longest I've ever streamed for. I'm surprised I'm still as high energy as I am, considering. But thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate everybody who's come today, even if they're not here anymore, which is understandable because, like I said, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I would not expect anybody to stay here for the whole time. I can set up the Zoom meeting. Zoom. Chumasi says HVX is a Panasonic camera. One of my favorite recent memories is when I went to Japan and was accosted by a news crew, and the cameraman had the same camera. Tongue out emoji. I don't need to read the emojis here. I'm just so used to reading the emojis because I also co-host my sister's live stream on Instagram Live. Soju B on Instagram Live, by the way. She does anime-inspired art. But yeah, I co-host, and so I read the chat to her, and so but I have to read out the emojis as well. But on my stream, I don't. I'm just so used to doing it. Two man says, you done now? Glad I could provide you some engagement. I might be going for a little bit longer because my other friend, I said like, oh, we're ready. I'm ready. I can like set up the Zoom meeting. But my other friend hasn't responded yet, and she's literally always she's like always the person who's like, when are we gonna start? When are we gonna start? And then when we're like, we're ready, she'll be like, oh, but wait. So I might be going for a little longer, knowing her. But I'm gonna start wrapping it up anyway, probably even if she doesn't respond in like the next couple of minutes, because I think my stopping point I said was about 9 p.m. Pacific time, because I do have work tomorrow. I had work today and I have work tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. God, where was I going? I had something else to say. Oh, it's funny you mentioned Japan. My friend Jason, who does Navy Intel, he's in training right now, but he might get assigned to Japan. And like we've seen each other once over the pandemic. For the longest time, he was actually here in the Bay Area, because he was stationed at a base in Monterey, which is like an hour from here. Well, a little more than an hour. But it's not super far, but he was on lockdown, so I wasn't able to see him. Of course, they finally open up, and I get to see him once. And then of course, right after they open up and I see him, he gets transferred to Florida. And now he might be assigned to Japan. But I was like, hey man, if you're going to Japan, I'll just come out and see you there. So I might be going to Japan at some point. Tumancy says, I have work as well. I just start later and later as the week goes on. Oh, lucky. I mean, I have a later start tomorrow too. Otherwise, I probably would have ended the stream a lot earlier because I still need a shower. But yeah, I start at like noon tomorrow, which is pretty good. Although that means I stay until close, which might not always be the best. But Yeah, today I started at like 8 a.m. and I had work until 4 p.m. and then my stream started at 5. So I've been going like nonstop all day. So like I said, I'm surprised my energy is still as high. I think it's because you guys have been so engaging in the chat. I've been able to maintain my energy. And then during that lull, when I wasn't really talking kind of in the middle of the stream, I just like put in my earbuds and just listened to some videos just to keep myself awake. Tumancy says, I've gone to Japan 4 times so far. I would have gone again last year, but you know, no, I totally know what you mean. Actually, when I did my study abroad in January of 2020, which in hindsight was probably not the smartest thing to do, that was my first time out of the United States, like ever. And yeah, so again, going back to I do things really late for somebody my age. Yeah, I never even left the U.S. until I was like 21, already 21. My friend still hasn't responded. I might start editing. Let me share my screen again. Ooh, volume's kind of loud.
Hello and welcome to my collective haul.
Nancy says, hey, until 2015, my only time out of the country was when my senior high school class went to Panama. What were you guys doing in Panama? I know, like, my high school, my second high school, they used to have a senior tradition where the seniors, the school would take them to Disneyland every year. We were one of those schools. But our school was so terrible. Well, I wouldn't say they were terrible. There were a certain select group of people in my school that are they're just known for being party animals, basically. If you've ever played the game Life is Strange, in that game the game takes place in like a high school. And people are like always say that like the high school setting is super unrealistic. But like it's almost like somebody from my high school wrote that game, because in that game there's a club, there's like a popular slash party club called the Vortex Club, and there's basically a club like that in my school. They're just crazy and rich. Like that particular group like flies to Hawaii every year, and there's always shit that goes down on, they call it the Hawaii trip, that everybody's gossiping about during like the first week or so of school. So yeah, and so that particular group caused so much trouble at Disneyland one year. I think it was a couple of years before I started going, that this Disneyland banned my school from going to Disneyland. Oh, I love my school. And now I work at a Sephora that's like down the street from where I went to high school. Well, not down the street, like 20 minutes away. Tube Massey says, my high school always does a senior class trip. Most classes went to Hawaii or Disney World. My class went, yeah, no, let's actually travel. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Because, yeah, my school did no trips because of the whole getting banned from Disneyland thing.
So for those of you who are familiar with the makeup side of my channel, you will know about the mini haul of videos I do from time to time, kind of these quick 5-minute videos.
That probably means I should grab some images for my mini hauls. Tube Nancy says, we raised the money through various means and made a mission trip so we could stay even longer. Gotcha. That is really cool. Let's see, do I have screenshots of my mini hauls? I have one. Don't have the other video. Okay, I'll get the other video. Where's my other mini haul? Oh, there it is. Wow, it's from 6 months ago already. Sheesh. To Mancy says, I had just kind of been spinning my wheels for a while after graduating college. And 2015 was the year I finally went, I need to do something. Long story short, that was my second international trip. Gotcha. Cool. I probably, unless it's to see my friend Jason, I probably won't be traveling internationally for a hot minute, even though it is technically safe to do so again. I just don't think it's going to be super duper in the cards for me right now. Oops. Stop sharing my screen. Alrighty, actually, it looks like my friend is ready. So, everybody, thank you so much for coming, and I will see you next time. Bye. Oh, wait, Tubansi says to Pavane Mikrona making videos for Mahi International. My boss knew I love Japan, so he said, when we get you your ticket, we'll arrange you for a 4-day layover in Japan. Oh, that's really cool. That was my first time there. I'm so happy for you, but I do have to be going now. Thank you so much for coming. I'll see you next time.